evil blanket fish has awoken.
Okay. Looks like everything's coming in. So, after finishing Persona 2 Eternal Punishment yesterday, we are starting a new game today, and we're going to be doing Valkyrie Profile Covenant of the Plume. Take a look at the opening video. Yeah, I don't know if they've gotten to it yet. The composer is still Sakuraba. Yeah, right. This always fucks with me going back and forth between Nintendo consoles and everything. The confirm and cancel buttons always switch back around. Oh, there's voices. Yeah, I guess by the time I looked, his name was already passed. O'er the battle grim the Valkyrie presides, brave souls upon her wings to Asgard forth she rides. Minions of the gods, ein Herjar dubbed are they, in Valhalla toasting every night the battles of each day. The chooser of the slain, battle maiden be her names, yet others has the Valkyrie, to those whose kin she claims. To the widows and orphans an angel of death is she, the thief of their beloved, the accursed Valkyrie. And so begins a tale of vengeance and betrayal, destiny by sinners sought, tragedy by power wrought. It comes at last, Will. And it does. Attend, freelancers, for we go this alone. Ye who seek the safety of the king's shields may watch on from the garrison with them. Where ordinary men see risk, mercenaries see opportunity. On the fiends' heads rest ample sums for ye of the metal to claim them. God smiled down on us, Will. Imagine the surprise on Sweet Tilt's face at the feast this bounty will buy. And the gods smile down on us. Do they? Trust in it. The feather that honors your father shall see us the victors. Time for trinkets is past. It comes time to draw swords. And that's what it looks like, doesn't it? Well, at least they're not on the sides. You say this battle will be your first. Lest it be your last, you'll want to take heed of what I tell you. Last thing we need is two dead dandies who couldn't keep their swords in their sheaths. We'll start with the dire wolf bearing down on us. Close in and put the pup to sleep. Ghoul. That's kobolds. And 2 dire wolves. Step around that snarling harlot lad. She'll have your manhood if you give her a sniff. When you enter an enemy's attack range, an exclamation point appears over its head, meaning you can retaliate should you initiate combat. How much do they have? $200 and the kobold has $280. Time to attack. Are you ready? Combat, the buttons controlling the characters displayed in the top screen, along with the number of attacks each has. Press to have characters attack.
In my father's name.
Attacks. That is the essence of battle. The fist will crush what lone fingers cannot. When attacking an enemy, exclamation points appear over the heads of allies in range, meaning they will join in on the action. Successive attacks will raise the attack gauge. When the gauge reaches 100, characters can perform special attacks, provided their weapons allow. Let me in the fray, and I'll show you what my sword can do. You'll find my lance more than adequate as well. We are to strike en masse, we had best keep it together.
Nothing like battle to start the blood flowing.
Power of overwhelming force. That's not quite enough to hit 100 with two of them. Oh, he can't. Damn it, now I kind of wish I could go back. I thought I was going to be able to get him into position so I could have them all attack.
To battle! Time to meet your maker! Finishing strike! Sonic burst! Did you expect any less? Looks like we will's come a long way.
Yeah, because I think I was reading that your best chance at getting the best ending in one playthrough is you have to get... Like, you get really powerful equipment if you get double sin on a map, which I don't know how much that is, but apparently you get sin by overkilling enemies. It's one down. Keep this up and we'll spell a fortune by day's end.
is the key.
I could go for more of that.
How long am I to babysit this runt?
Okay, so he's got a bit of an accent there. Yeah, well, I imagine Wendell and Heeg are both, you know, I didn't check their stats, but they're definitely veterans compared to the other two rookies. Don't be stingy with your supplies there, boy. Medicine never did a dead man no good. I already did that. Yeah, he's level 10. Yeah, they're both level 10, whereas these guys were both level 1. They just turned level 2. Is it gonna move forward, or is it just gonna sit there and wait? Okay, it moved.
To battle! I've got something for you. Finishing strike! Reign of terror! How did that strike you? How long am I to babysit this runt?
Groundskeeper Willie! Fought like true mercenaries. Come, inside await our spoils. And what of the tally, Captain? I don't suppose the royal rabble will take us at our word. Else you care to haggle for your due, you'd best have Skull speak your claims for you. Fair enough. I'll take just the jaws then. You need not worry about that boy. The pittance that fit in those puny arms would nae be worth disputing. And I'll hear no quarrel when I line my coffers with your kill. Hurry, Will. We haven't all day. It's alive! Ansel, look out! Will? Will, no! Damn you! Steady now. Stay with me, Will. Wilfred! Will! Answer me, Wilfred. You cannot die like this. So this is the end I am to meet. Alongside fallen demons I lie, lifeless corpse clutching a bloodless blade. Slain before my life had even begun, before my heart could ever know peace. I beseech you, deliver this soul to the world of men once more. If you so wish it, so shall it be done. I bow before your eminent grace and mercy, Lady Valkyrie. The Valkyrie. Have you nothing more to say? You tell me my husband, my Thoyodor, has died, and you do nothing save hang your head in silence. Gods have mercy. Spare me those eyes, lad. I'm guessing everybody in this has a Scottish accent. Behold the feather in my hand. The plume of the Valkyrie, plucked from where your father lay. As a sign, Battle Maiden takes him in her keeping. He has been made Einherjar, minion of the gods. For those of our creed, there is no greater honor. To what good? Let the death goddess bestow her honor on some other. Sir Theodore was of courage unparalleled. His loss shall be deeply mourned. I leave the plume to you, lad. When your tears dry, I pray you find the path your father trod. Hey, Kaz, how you doing? Have we nothing to eat, Mama? I'm so hungry. I know you're famished, Elsie dear. Mama will find work soon, to be sure. And you stay strong for Mama until then. I'll try. Stay strong as well, Will. Elsie, Elsie. No, 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 this can't be happening. Forgive me, my little one. I should have been by your side. So scared and alone, my poor Elsie. Why has it come to this? Only my Thoyodor was still here. Why did you steal him away from us? Curse you, Battle Maiden. It was you who killed my daughter. You who sent us to this fate. Well, my son, you are all I have left. I will not let her take you. You're never to set foot near battle. You spoke to Tiltward. Left your mother in her care while you run off to chase your father's ghost. I'd hoped you'd at least call on me before you left. No need for farewells, though. I'm coming with you. Once you're hauling your own weight in coin, you'll forget this fool's talk of slaying the Valkyrie. I've only heard a couple of the voices, because I think the voices might only be in battle, but it definitely seems, and also from the way the text is written, it seems as though most of them have a Scottish accent. But the ones that I know or suspect have a Scottish accent, I'll try to give one, but other than that, like this, he seems to speak normally. Was I a fool? A fool to want revenge on she who stole my father and left my sister to die. I will not let it end like this. The gods bear witness, I curse you to my dying breath, Valkyrie. Fires of passion burn brightest before the black of death. Such blind rage you bear, the choser of the slain. Who speaks? Were I the Valkyrie? Then show yourself. If you know the hatred in my heart, face me and suffer it. A warrior who knows only how to die. Niflheim's frost shall cool your anger all the same. I spit on you. Till my father's bane is borne to the pyre, this fire shall burn. Indeed, your soul is consumed by flames of vengeance. I wonder if that's is this supposed to be a female voice? He almost mistook it for the Valkyrie. That's why I kind of hate... I like before, earlier, they said male voice, female voice, or at least that was some direction. I don't know why they're going with unknown here. Indeed, your soul is consumed by flames of vengeance. Your zeal is genuine. This could prove amusing. Will you avenge yourself as a mortal? How is that possible? If you would fain sacrifice all else to have your revenge, I shall grant you power. Who are you? It is of no consequence. Well, what say you? Let it be done. And go forth, my chosen one, until you lay the battle maiden's broken wings at my feet. The covenant is forged. Hear my pledge, O gods. Take ye this flesh of mine, that it should restore life to this body of Wilfrid's. Will! Ansel, is that you? Oh, praise the gods you're alive. You stood at death's door in my stead. Now you have died as well. Look around you. You're still among the living, brother. When I read that in my head, I was very tempted to say it like Hulk Hogan because of his the blonde hair, and then just like, "You're still in the land of the living, brother." But the vision, I could swear it were true. Behold the glory of faith. The heavens answer my prayers. I somehow doubt it was the gods' doing. What would you know of it? Had only you heard my plea, how I threw myself at their mercy, you'd have no doubts. And though joyed you're alive, old friend, I must say I dread owing my life to a braggart of your likes. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely seeing the Scottish accent in the way he talks. I still don't see it anywhere in what Wilfrid says. Don't you know it? To the garrison, then, to collect our due. Aye. Okay. A little bit there with the eye. But yeah, it definitely seems like the whole cast has Scottish accents so far. Plume of the Valkyrie. Could have sworn I tucked it away. It's true. Covenant. Never have I heard you growl with hunger so, my pet. Is that your true heart's desire? Then you shall have it. Alwyn Keep, Western stronghold reliant upon mercenary strength to fend off the sieges of foreign hordes and demons. Or, cast into poverty by his father's slaying in battle, Wilfred's family was soon after struck by tragedy yet again, losing his younger sister Elsie to hunger. Left with only the destiny plume that lay at his father's final place of rest, Wilfred vows revenge upon the Valkyrie for all he has suffered. Wilfred's oldest friend joins him out of concern for his well-being, while harboring hopes that he might somehow dissuade Wilfred from the fruitless path of revenge against the Battle Maiden. Another childhood friend of Ansel's, Tilt, also draws his attention of late. Doesn't look like there's a whole hell of a lot I can do. How much money? It definitely seems like this is using, just going through the menus, it looks like it is using a lot of the systems from Valkyrie Profile 1, just, you know, updated for a more strategic game than a regular turn-based. So he can only use his first 2 attacks. So I should probably use the 2 that up the attack gauge the most. Which means this one needs to go. So that means it will up the gauge by 38. up it by 54. Still leaves them at 92. They're still 8 short of being able to get a special move on their own. Really? They probably did that as a joke. I mean, that is one of the few positives I've heard about the Neptunia series, is the sense of humor. Which, if you laughed at it, it worked. And the great ash Yggdrasil precede all things. Into the soil deep of the netherworlds its roots sink, and up on the heavens high its treetop soars. On its boughs rests Midgard, the coil upon which mortals dwell, under the celestial watch of the gods' realm Asgard at its apex. Though curiosity and caprice will now and again summon deities to the lands of Ven, those of mortal blood are never to pass beyond their birth world. Nevertheless, the old legends still speak of portals on Midgard that bridge the chasm between realms. Upon the field of battle, the chooser of the slain descends, to claim worthy warriors' souls as the All-Father commands. On wings of light she carries her chosen, her Einherjar, forth to Valhalla on high, where they sparred day long until the cataclysmic clash that waits at world's end, Ragnarok. At the graves of those she lays the battle maiden her feather, and leaves their praises for poets to sing forevermore. Among those devoted to war's art, no honor is equal, no glory greater. Artolia was born to the cradle of continental civilization's trade flourished, and the routes traversing its domain had brought wealth and culture into the kingdom ever since. An ever-prosperous economy has let rulers retain their political power over the ages, and while a council of nobles presides at court, they do so in name only. Absolute authority vested in the monarch. Long Artolia stood at the sole dominant continental power, but has in recent times seen its standing challenged by Vilnor and Krell Montferrain, neighboring kingdoms bent on aggressive economic and military expansion. Does this take place before VP1? Because all of those kingdoms sound familiar. Is this a prequel to Valkyrie Profile 1? Oh, did they? Somebody screwed up if they put the wrong ESRB sticker. Many a battle has been won or lost before it even began. Use deployment to choose who to take into battle and which button will control them in combat. You can also access the menu to use items or adjust your arms and armor. Your keep for the day, lads. You've earned it. Much obliged, Captain. Is all this for us? Well, now, I wouldn't want to spoil you. Perhaps I'd better take some back. Ansel, do try and act the part. Pure silver, Will. First time I've ever laid my eyes on it, let alone held it. I think I'm turning Ansel Irish by accident. Nay, nevertheless, we're not like to see more trumpeting our inexperience. I wouldn't worry about that. We'll be veterans in no time. No time indeed. Not quite what I had in mind. You heard that, men. Ye who answer the call of the demon shall answer the call of fortune. Step forth. You'd be fools to pass it up. Aye. I guess let's go ahead and save again. Yeah, save again. Looks like it's just you and me this time, Will. Nothing the two of us can't handle. We'd better stay close together. More than that, more to it than that. I want to surround your foe and lay siege to it. Or so the captain says. Let's trap one between us and see for ourselves. Drowning the enemy in the field will initiate a siege in combat. There are several advantages to a siege, including increasing attack gauge boosts. Outflanking the opponent is critical to initiating a siege. The better your position and the greater your numbers, the more advantageous the siege. Okay, at least it's a quick save. I'm more curious though, because it says, it mentions, you know, having better positioning.
In my father's name.
Guard my back, Will! All this fighting works up an appetite.
To battle!
All this fighting works up an appetite.
in my father's name. The battle is won.
Come, Will. We'll lay siege to that one there. Now flank it left and right or skew it front to back. What else is there? During combat, attack phase enemies to earn purple gems. Each purple gem replenishes one attack. During sieges, purple gems may become shining gems which replenish 2 attacks. Both gems yield longer attack chains. Magic crystals are released when an enemy is attacked in mid-air. They increase the amount of XP received at the end of combat.
Guard my back, Will! I could go for more of that.
How are you holding up, Will? Scarcely. I regret ever opening my big mouth. At this rate, you won't regret it long. Why do you hesitate? What? Do not mock me by feigning ignorance of our covenant, my chosen. Dark blushing shall the destiny's plume upon thy kindred bring, the force that summons victory, the vessel's blood to ring. Each life consumed shall stain the feather dark and darker black. Thus shall be forged the angel slayer, Valkyrie to rack. One year hast thou to consummate this deed, else Garm, hell's hound, on thy soul shall feed. I remember, vowing revenge upon the Valkyrie, I swore an oath. Oath to sacrifice those dear to me, to soak my hands in their blood. Then it is clear to you what must be done. You must invoke the Destiny Plume. Invoke the Plume? Only it can save you. Entrust your fate to the Plume, lest Niflheim take you once more. On your toes, Will. What do I do? Say the words. Oh, you actually have to quit to do the quick save. Hmm. I think this first usage of the plume is story, and you have to do it. I don't think this first one counts against usages for, determining the path and the ending. It is tempting, though, to go through the game twice, because there literally are 3 different paths. Oh, crap. I picked the wrong. No mid-battle saves. I mean, outside of save states on the emulator. But yeah, like I said, not an issue here because save states. Oh, yeah, it literally won't let me do anything else but use the plume. I can't even end my turn.
Feather o'er the battlefield. Unto me thy power yield! Power! I can feel it!
It's really feeling it. Destiny Plume unlocks the full potential of an ally, endowing its target with crushing might.
Guard my back, Will! I could go for more of that. I could go for more of that.
Yeah, and that's, from what I understand, that's kind of the draw, is that this game is actually very similar to Fuga in that you can sacrifice a party member to, like, insta-kill a boss and get past it. But to get the best ending, you have to not sacrifice anybody. The only main difference with this is that there's literally 3 different story paths depending on how many sacrifices you've done. So it actually may not be such a bad idea to do, like, a run where I kill, like, you know, kill people, and then do another run where I don't kill anybody. Because also, apparently, any power-ups that you get by sacrificing party members carry over in New Game Plus. Is it over? Ansel? Ansel, don't close your eyes. The light fades, Will. You'll pull through. You've got to hold on. It's no use. The oath seals my fate. The oath? I offered my life in place of yours. Now the gods claim their blood price. Not be absurd. I'd hoped to repay you eventually, but this comes sooner than I had imagined. This is no way to repay me. Ansel, you cannot die like this. Will, you must live on for the both of us. Remember me kindly. Tell Tilt. Ansel! Ansel! Tell her yourself. Fight it, Ansel. Ansel! Not ready to die. Not like this. I want to live. Help me, Will. I want to live. Why, Will? What has happened? Poor lad. Goes well before his time. I did not do this. I never. I did not kill him! You lost your wits? Where are you off to? Cursed Plume has done this. Was your heart not set when you vowed revenge before Mistress Hell? How? Who? You are Master Wilfred, nay? Greetings, sire. I am Eilith. I have been called forth from Niflheim to serve you. Shall we proceed hence? Hence to where? To wherever battles are fought, master. Should we hesitate now, the year will pass as a day. You must seek blood for the feather if you are to quash the battle maiden. Must I? Come, Master Wilfred. At your side I shall stand until retribution is won. Evoke the Destiny Plume to unlock an ally's full potential for one battle, after which the ally's life will be forfeit. Allies unlock certain tactics for Wilfred to inherit. Though the effects are diminished, these tactics can be invoked in later battles. Refer to the menu for details. What is the meaning of this? What have we here? No Artolian tracker, to be certain. What brings you to the wood? I do not answer to your lights. Did my arrow frighten you? My apologies, it was an honest mistake. Honest mistake? I could have been killed. Look, I'm truly sorry, but seeing as how you were hardly wounded, I see no reason to be coarse. No reason? Lo, it is her, the fugitive Sheriffa. Probably mispronouncing that. Just my luck. I forfeit my cover for you only to be found by the real trackers. Sense my luck turning for the worse as well. Seeing as how you're responsible for the mess we're in, I trust you'll at least help clean it up. I don't believe I have much of a choice. We have you now, Sheriff. What is to be done with her accomplice? What does it matter? To the abyss with the both of them. AP cost 80, duration 2 rounds, doubles all traits, and draws enemy attacks. Do I have any traits? Unless they're just talking about stats. Two attacks, no special. Technically, I would want this one to go in the second spot, but it doesn't look like I can change anything. Though an accomplished assassin serving the Artolian court, watching her fellow soldiers fall one by one into unmarked graves forced Sharifa to question the life she had led for as long as she could remember. Resolving to see all the world has to offer before succumbing to such a fate, she deserts the Assassin's Guild and sets forth for adventure. I pray the battle finds you well, Master Wilfred. Much sin have you to wreak. How am I to do that? By choosing bloodlust over mercy, sire. Spare not foes at death's brink. Let them instead taste the fury of your bitter wrath. Overkill, so to speak. Indeed, there is another way, of course. Great sin shall you wreak should you invoke the destiny plume. So be it. Mistress Hell hath expectations of you, master. Exceed them, and the treasures of Niflheim shall be yours. For this battle, to you wreak the sin of 50. Lady Hell requires that Wilfred prove his devotion through sin to fulfill the covenant. Sin is wrought by inflicting damage after an enemy's HP reaches 0, or by invoking the destiny plume. Pilot will announce the amount of sin sought prior to battle. Surpass this number and you'll be rewarded. Fail to meet it and you risk incurring the anger of Niflheim. What am I to do? You mustn't let fear or regret have the better of you, master. It is through sin that your desires shall be fulfilled. Through sin that you shall avenge your suffering on the Valkyrie. So long as I stain this feather black with sin, the battle maiden is mine to slay, yes. Thus here we stand, master. May victory guide your blade. So, Master Wilfred, those you would sacrifice to the Destiny Plume must do more than stand in league with you. But we are allies, are we not? In a sense, yes. But low is the blood price of a stranger to whom one is not bonded. Only once you have built a trust does that sacrifice have meaning. Only upon a true ally may you invoke the Destiny Plume. Destiny Plume cannot be used on characters marked as guests, only on full-fledged allies in your party. So you can't kill anybody. It has to be someone that actually cares about you. Just makes it worse.
Let the games begin. Yeah! Yeah!
Hey, why is my health so low?
In my father's name. The battle is won.
I don't think I got very much sin for that. 17. May want to soften them up a little more before I go for the all-out murder to try to get as much sin as possible. I mean, only thing I can say is at least the death scream isn't as bad as some of those enemies from Radiant Historia, the goblins. Let's do this slowly to soften him up.
To battle!
I'm worried if I attack again, it's gonna kill him. I don't have a choice, do I? I have to finish all the attacks or else it's not going to end. There's no leave early. Oh.
How could... The battle is won.
I'm at 45 of the 50 that I need. But I think you get really good shit if you do double.
in my father's name.
What did you expect? Let the games begin.
So you can only do them. I guess you can only do them one per battle.
Let's get this over with.
To battle!
How could...
For you, Father.
Yep. I think in order to get double sin, I would have had to have done that to about 2 or 3 more of the enemies. Like, poke them with the ranged girl. And then once they were low enough to where I didn't think she could get another poke in without killing them, then go with both of them. I would have only needed another 18 to get double. Mrs. Hell seems quite pleased by your efforts and sends an offering to aid you in your travels. Do anything you require of me for your redemption, Master Wilfred. Let us go hence and reap sins for the Plume. Kinda tempted to do that fight again, because from what I understand, you get like getting the better gear from getting double sin is like pretty much the only chance you have of getting the best ending on a first run. Although I'm still trying to decide if I'm willing to do 2 runs of this to get like a bad ending and then the good ending. I guess we'll just see how the first one goes naturally. They're nothing if not persistent. Our only hope is to lose them in the thick. A friend of yours? Hardly. I don't know. Haven't tried yet. When the hell do I get to buy skills, though? Unless I'm just missing it somewhere. Let's check. Yep, looks like they're skippable. We should be safe here for the time being. And you'll tell me why we're in danger in the first place. Come now, does it truly matter why? Indeed it does. Tell me who you are and what you've done. So vocal in distress, yet now you bite your tongue. It's only fair you know whose life you've saved. I am Sharifa, soldier of Artolia. Yet you run from Artolian troops. Forgive me if I find that hard to believe. Then I suppose it was not my place to ask. I bid you farewell. Go wherever the good winds carry you. Please, do not leave me. I will tell you everything. I was a loyal soldier for Artolia, an assassin in the Royal Guild, to be precise. But that life is behind me now. I could stand it no longer. Men are but faceless prey to an assassin. We spend our lives hunting strangers until one day it is we who are the hunted. Long I accepted this, but as my comrades began to fall around me, the desolation of the fate became too much to bear. It is your comrades' fate you should mourn, not your own. Living is its own reward. What reward did that life hold? A coffin known to neither kith nor kin, an unvisited grave barren of flowers? Survival is an empty reward when oblivion awaits. Time is all that separated my fate from theirs. So you fled the guild? I traded one dire fate for another. The huntress is now the game. Not quite how I'd planned it, but such is life, nay? Indeed. One thing I find strange, however. And what is that? What turmoil has beset Artolia that they should venture to such lengths to recapture a single deserter? Alas, I was trained to obey, not to observe. Still, whispers of unrest at court reach even my obedient ears. Yet, though a deserter I may be, I am no traitor, and I prefer to know with whom I speak. You know all you must about me. You haven't even told me your name. You haven't any need for it. We're done speaking. Was it something I said? I assure you I meant no offense. None have I taken. Simply nothing to gain from idle banter. You might learn a thing or two about common courtesy. All I would ask is that you escort me to safety. Once outside Artolian territory, we can go our separate ways. Come again? A lady traveling these lands alone will garner too much attention. If you would accompany me as my guise... No. Honestly, whatever your name, you could try to be a bit more chivalrous. I'm obliged to assist you no further. Besides, other matters require my attention. What matters might those be? My calling demands I better my steel, and my resolve. Combat, then. Why did you not say so in the first place? It would only be in the way. A trained assassin in the way? Surely you jest. I do not jest, nor do I need explain myself. Away with you. Fine, then. Master Wilfred, will you not reconsider befriending the girl? What use have I of her? So long as you hold the Destiny Plume, sire, she will be of use to you in one way or another. But I shall speak of it no more. I defer to your discretion, master. Sharifa, was it? It was. Decided to join you after all. You will not regret it. Now then, how should this damsel in distress address her gallant hero? My name is Wilfred. I thank you humbly, Sir Wilfred. Wilfred sounds so formal, though. I believe I shall call you Will. Suit yourself. That I will, Will. Keep moving. Come now, don't be that way. You're no fun at all. Hey, Hideru, how you doing? Needs blood. He needs blood for the blood god. So 15 defense, but he loses 4 avoid. Oh, I didn't see there was an option to go and equip there. Okay, I'm still one short. Well, do you have the weekend off? I don't know if your days off are the weekend or some other day. At least you can recover. The southwesterly settlement of Market Marte was not known as such before the Great Plague of the 7th century continental calendar. As the epidemic delivered more to their grave than the Undertaker could inhume, out of the south emerged a savior. She it was who conjured the mystical field that encompassed the township, instantaneously purifying all inside, as well as all who passed through. Thus was it decided the town would be renamed in gratitude of the Saintess Marte. Through prolonged warfare takes its toll upon the welfare of aristocrat and peasant alike, there too exist those that thrive amidst the destruction. Those once unfit to wield a serf's plowshare or an artisan's tool now seize the initiative and take weapon to hand as instability sweeps the countryside, leaving Artolia's future to rest in savage, artless hands. The whispers about Market Marte speak of a mysterious huntsman questioning locals regarding the whereabouts of a young woman, amid rumors that a recent desertion has unnerved Artolia's rank and file. 1.5 years since Artolians were told their king had fallen from his horse to his grave, suspicions of conspiracy have surfaced in light of recent revelations. The allegations stem from a long-standing feud between the mothers of the king's 2 sons, and have grown to implicate several noblemen in the king's murder. Yet just who colluded with whom to instill which prince varies according to whom one asks. For a score of years, Artolia's peerage has been plunged into a period of intense political infighting and domestic conflict to which no end yet lies in sight. I wish I remembered enough about Valkyrie Profile 1 to recognize if this is a prequel. Hey Nami, how you doing? Which one did I read? Pacification. I don't know if those will be buyable later, if it's something you gotta get right now. I don't want to miss them if they're only for that one spot. Border palisade to the east that stands meekly before the imposing might of Krell Montferrain. We've been expected. Sheriff, enough of this nonsense. It's time to return home. Go then. Do not delay on my account. You return with us as a soldier, or you return with us as a corpse. Choice is yours. I pity you then. The palace is a long way to drag a body. Cease this insolence, girl. You can still return to the guild. I will plead on your behalf. Spare me your charity. It is much too little and far too late. Foxwell, our orders require we silence her. I'm aware of our orders. Are we at an end to words, Sheriff? My weapon will speak for me. I shall waste no more breath. On guard. Sin Salt 130. How many enemies are there? Which means I need, in order to meet the requirement, I need to average a little under 20 per. A little under 40 per if I want to hit the double to get the better items.
In my father's name.
Don't make this difficult. Dead in my sight!
How good?
That was a good start.
Not bad if I do say so myself.
85. The first guy.
suffer my pain! Finishing strike! Grim vengeance! How does it feel? For you, Father.
Okay, getting double sin in this fight may not be an issue. Already 55 over.
Let's get this over with. Yeah!
Yeah, it is.
To battle!
Let the games begin.
Didn't get much off of that
That's the end of that.
card. Got 12. I need 33 to hit double. Oh wait, no, 63.
In my father's name. For you, Father.
Alright, I'm well over double sin. And I should get the best rewards.
battle!
Yeah.
How could...
The battle is won.
Let the games begin. Yeah.
Oh, she can't attack right in front of her.
Too many horrors have I seen to look away now. Be no more!
To battle!
I have you!
No! This can't be!
For you, Father.
I still don't remember entirely what causes the purple orbs to come out that give you more attacks.
Let's get this over with. Ha!
Firestorm! See an assassin.
No, because I got two of them from killing that guy. I didn't juggle him. I hit him from behind. Maybe it's like crits.
Yeah.
Too many horrors have I seen to look away now. Firestorm!
To battle!
Sharifa, forgive me.
The battle is won.
Went a little bit over. Wonderful, sire. You bring great delight to Mistress Hell. I pray thee savor the fruits of thy labor. Golden Egg, Ambrosia, the Art of First Aid, Might Potion, Union Plume, and Elixir. Do anything you require of me for your redemption, Master Wolfer. Please let us hence reap sin for the Plume. Why do you spare her? No concern of yours. Be done with it, knave. Never had any intention of harming her. Who is she to you? What provokes your restraint? My heart stayed my hand. Sherifa is my daughter. Is your father? In blood alone, he has been no father to me. I was but a subordinate to him. Never once has he treated me as his child. This man is nothing to me. I have no father. Sherifa, I'd sooner die than hear you utter such words. I cannot atone for what I have done. That it bring you peace, I offer my life. What peace would that bring? I take no solace in your guilt. Sweet daughter, I want only to ease your pain. Then be silent. Your penitence is worthless to me. Take my life, Sherifa, and you will be free to flee the king's lands. Though it may not suffice, it is all I have to give. I cannot bear it, father. Can you not see how you grieve me? For you to show you care only now, after all that's happened. Sherifa, what I would not give to see you happy, that I could have offered you a better life. I know of your sacrifice, father. I've known all along. Of Mother's family and the rebellion. Of your dismissal from the royal guard. How could you know? Mother was put to death and I was to be next, had you not thrown yourself on the court's mercy. And from that day forth we were ghosts to the world, father and daughter turned assassin and apprentice. You paid for our lives with the lives of countless others. You forsook Mother's cause and your own conscience, all in my name. Strove to keep you innocent of the knowledge. It comforted me in my solitude. Always I tried to convince myself you'd done all this for me out of love. But I lost faith, father. I never knew that love. You saved me only to abandon me. Sheriff, I never meant to hurt you. I know. You did only what you thought best. Dwelling in the past will change nothing. Where will you go from here? Anywhere but back. There's a whole world to explore. Life is in the journey, not the ending. The road ahead is a grim one. The journey will be fraught with sorrows. Amid the darkest swamps there grow the fairest flowers, if one knows where to look. Somewhere in this world waits my true love, a hand to hold in life, and blissful arms in which to die. And I will never find him if I do not bother to look. Do you hear yourself? Is it really so strange? Hopes and dreams are short-lived in this unforgiving world. You'd best keep them in the comfort of your bedchamber. Scoff all you like, Will. My mind is made up. To do what? To show you that life is what one makes of it. Do not bother to protest. Like it or not, I'm coming with you. You'll persuade mountains to move aside before you convince that intractable daughter of mine to budge. Do as you will. And I too will join you if you would have me. Father? You would turn your back on the guild. What choice have I? Once they discover I let Sharifa through my fingers, they'll have my head for treason. I should like to spend time beside my daughter, if only for a while. When I donned the cloak, I severed all bonds of the heart. I lost sight of who I was. My dear Sharifa has suffered for it. I can only hope to make amends for lost time. I would like that. From my daughter, I have learned a valuable lesson. Living for one's king is meaningless, and for one's own sake vain. I now know where my loyalties lie, and it is for Sharifa that I shall live. Father, Sharifa. Redemption. As I clutch the destiny plume, so too shall you be redeemed. As I promise you, Father. Yeah, I'll go. Yeah, I'll mess with this later. Yeah, I'll go on my break. I'll be back in 5, and then we'll see where this takes us. We've got three party members now. Alright, I'm back. Gilded gift of a golden goose, hatching a random increase of 1 to 9 points for all traits. I guess we use this, and let's save Scum it to get good result. was kind of hoping it would tell you what each one. Let me write these down. I want to get if all of them are going to go up 1 to 9, I'd say I'd want at least a 6 or 7 on everything to get the most out of it. Let's write these down so we can keep track of how much they go. 30, 5, 6, 2, 52. Oh, hey, Webon, I didn't see you write that before. Which one did you... Which strategy RPG did you find? So 7, 9, 3, 3, 5, 5, 8. And the 9 was on magic, which I don't know that affects anything on him. Oh, it looks like it's set. Just gave me the exact same stat increases as last time. Yeah. Maybe if I leave the menu and come back. Or I wonder if it's just like set when you pick it up. Yeah, it looks like it's set right when it's set. Oh, I don't know when it's set, but even leaving the menu and coming back, it gave me the exact same stat upgrade. So whatever the randomizer is, it's already picked it. Ambrosia for extra 100 HP. Anything new? So fair and fragrant are flowers in bloom. Transience is beauty, nay, sire? Season comes early. Whither do you hasten? Homeward, to my sister's grave. The triennial of her passing draws nigh. A blossom plucked before its time. Hilt, is that you? Will, I had no idea you'd returned. I've come only to pay my respects. I'm sure Elsie's overjoyed you're here. As am I. You should be cross with me for foisting my mother's care on you. Think nothing of it. I could so easily forget the torment of these 3 years. You must let go of your anger and accept fate, Will. Elsie's death was no one's fault. There are certain things beyond our control. Yet they lie within the Battle Maiden's power. Had she not taken my father, all would be different. Mother would not be so stricken with grief. Elsie would still be alive. Oh, Will. Surely you can't be leaving already. Won't you at least visit your mother? It would make her so happy. Do her little good to see me. I came only for Elsie. And what of Ansel? Is he not with you? Ansel, he is away elsewhere. That's so. Did he not send word for me? What sort of word? It's nothing. Forget I asked. You're off then. Aye. May the gods watch over you. Send my blessings to Ansel as well. I shall let him know when I see him. It was at that time that peasant uprisings began to beset Artolia. The foremost of them centered around the town of Camille. Serfs had been hit hardest by the famine. The crown responded to the threat by dispatching a hastily assembled suppression brigade from the Allwellan Keep. troops were expected to crush the opposition with alacrity. But the rebels resisted. Their ranks were armed and organized beyond any means conceivable for serfs. Removing all shadow of doubt, they'd garner the support of an invisible hand. So Wilfred set forth toward the chaos of battle, hoping it would bring him closer to the Valkyrie, his revenge. So, in this chapter, like from here on, every chapter has 3 different variations. Chapter 2, I get to pick. And then after that, what variation you're on is dependent upon how many times you've used the plume. Your lordship? What news have you? I'm afraid it is as we feared. Thought as much. The rumors that the Outlands instigate a conflict would appear to have substance. Prince Langray has declared a formal protest of King Kristoff's ascension. This is no time to be lying prostrate in my sickbed. I should never have left the court. Your lordship, bodily strain is most unadvisable in your condition. True, but idleness may prove fatal. I could hardly face my erstwhile king in the afterlife were I to do nothing. This illness be damned. To my dying breath I will serve my kingdom. Your allies appear none too daunting, Master Wilfred. Beating back rebel serfs seldom commands a wage worthy of true fighting men. I'll thank you not to speak to me so freely, Eilith. But Master Wilfred, surely you must realize the others can neither see nor hear me. Surely you must realize they can hear me, babbling to myself like a madman. I know that face. Wilfred, was it not? Captain, I never expected to find you here. I should say the same for you, lad. Remember me. All too well do I remember lads your age. After the way your friend Ansel died, I'd half hope you'd wise up and swear off this wretched trade. It's quite a surprise indeed, but also somewhat a shame. It's not your place to say. Oh, it's not your place to say. Besides, I'm sure you've lost more friends than I ever will. That I have, lad. That I have. But as the captain responsible for Ansel's life, I hate to see his death come to nothing. What are you trying to say? Saying that your life is what gives his death meaning, lad. Death is merely death. It has no meaning. Such heartless words betray the tears I saw then. Was it all a farce? Did he die in vain? I cannot say. I do not live to ascribe meaning to Ansel's death. I live for my own sake. And I fight for my own sake. Her eyes did not burn so when last we met. If I didn't know Benger, I'd think it were... Forget I mentioned it. Ready yourself. We move. Let's see if your steel has grown as sharp as your tongue. He protests with such conviction, yet fights all the same. For what, Master Wilfred? I know not, nor care I to. So I can take the rapier, but then I don't have a chance to use a special attack. Or I can keep the Viking sword that I have and have a special attack, but just be weaker. Oh, right, because he's a guest. I can't change what he's got. He can't wear gloves? What was to be a peaceful agrarian assembly in the northwest quickly transformed into an angry mob, and is now involved into a full-fledged revolt in Camille. The fiefdoms of Artolia await the outcome with bated breath, with widespread insurgencies likely should Camille succeed. Though unsurety concerning the future of the aristocracy was undoubtedly a factor, hostilities erupted over the crown's levy of new tallages in spite of the ongoing famine in the region. The Royal War Council has denounced the serfs as traitors and the rebellion as treason, and deployed suppression troops to quell the riots. At the root of the civil tumult that grips Artolia lies a question of succession left unanswered at the end of the prior king's reign. Though common law precedent dictates that the Crown Prince Christoph assume the throne, never did the former king declare him outright the successor, leaving his claim open to challenge. The king's silence was at the time deliberate, as he sought to maintain order while proponents of installing Christoph's elder half-brother, Prince Langry, grew in number at the royal court. Ironically, his untimely death left the question to linger, igniting the very conflict that he had hoped to avert. Various ministries have put forth doctrines advocating the legitimacy of one prince's claim over the others during the interregnum, only to be contradicted by rival factions each time as partisanship corrupts every corner of governance. Man, somebody broke out the thesaurus for this game. Artolia, Vilno, and Krell-Montferrand, the three great kingdoms of the present day. Though traditionally the continent has looked to culturally and historically rich Artolia for guidance and leadership, that role is coveted by its aforementioned neighbors in order to fulfill their imperialistic aspirations. Despite their ever-proliferating militaries and aggressive border entrenchments, both states have been wary of Artolia's influence, and open hostilities have yet been avoided. Just how long this uneasy peace might last amid Artolia's volatile political situation remains to be seen. What is this? Is that like a side quest? It's got a question mark by it. Alwyn Keep, Watchtower of the West, was erected over a half-century ago in response to anxieties over deteriorating relations with Garabella. Standing against the stark peaks of Lilihan, the keep was constructed at the personal expense of Lord Commander Vivek Alwyn as a launching point for campaigns into Garabella, and bulwark against invaders from the south. With tensions cooling along the southern border, its focus has turned to preserving domestic peace. After the initial dispatch from Alwyn, Keep was beaten back by the rebel serfs in 2 days' time. The Crown mandated the formation of an aggressive suppression force in hopes of bringing the matter to a close as quickly as possible. Recruitment, however, has not gone as smoothly as planned, with few noble houses able to spare the men needed for standing brigade. Confronted by a dearth of enlistments and pressing urgency, Artolia has begun to fill its suppression force with a mercenary majority. Camille is a region rife with soldiers of fortune to begin with, and recruitment has proceeded favorably. Artolians everywhere have been wont to sell their swords of late. The ranks contain those from all walks of life, men, women, and even children. People talk of ghosts in Evernight haunting those nearby. The theories of their origins vary. Some say they are denizens of the Darkwood, while others contend they are vengeful wayfarers fallen prey to the bandit raids of recent times. The wailing of spirits calls out to demons and beasts, seldom do they haunt alone. If you intend to follow where the law reads, I pray that you exercise caution, sire. The experience shall be no doubt worthwhile, but know it is but an interlude in your play of fate. The triumph of Man Over Beast lies in the former's penchant for technique. But techniques have characters use them automatically in battle. You can set as many as your CP limit allows. Keep on your toes and be ready to strike when an enemy attacks his defenses are at their weakest. With the counter-attack technique set, a well-timed press of the button after dodging will deal your foe his due. I didn't see that technique for sale, though. Why are they telling me about that now? think they would tell me about stuff that's for sale. Okay, so we got some other spells I can teach him. I guess let's try the optional one first. See how that goes. Although it may be something that we need to wait till we're like further in the chapter to do. Let's give it a shot.
In my father's name.
Discipline is the key.
Yeah!
If death you seek, then death you'll have! Finishing strike! Grand thrust! Your suffering is at an end. War will empty the souls of men.
Oh, I guess I can't earn sin in optional stages. Apparently stepping on the water is poison. definitely liking this, like, the attack animations, the battle, everything, and also the tone of the story and everything. All of it's reminding me of Valkyrie Profile 1.
Firestorm!
Like, it's all reminding me of Valkyrie Profile 1 way more than, like, 2. So I'm really digging that.
In my father's name.
Yeah.
Be no more!
Suffer my pain! Finishing strike! Grim vengeance! How does it feel? For you, Father.
Let's get this over with.
Firestorm!
Oh, damn it, it popped up. I didn't hit with the second attack.
Let's keep our heads about us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too many horrors have I seen to look away now.
Be no more!
Yeah.
It does.
What did you
I mean, it
expect?
has the Seraphic Gate like every other Tri-Ace game. Oh, fish have pretty long attack range. Yeah. Square base. At some point when it's down to like maybe $15 or something on a sale, I might pick it up. But everything I've heard, it just sounds like Square was just trying to cash in on an IP rather than actually make a good game.
To battle!
get this over with. Yeah!
Yeah! Yeah! Ha!
Let's keep our heads about us.
Yeah! Yeah!
If death you seek, then death you'll have! Finishing strike! Grand thrust! Your suffering is at an end.
Suffer my pain! Finishing strike! Grim vengeance! How does it feel?
I mean, on the whole, Tri-Ace's Valkyrie Profile games, at least for the writing,
For you.
like the writing on the Valkyrie
Father.
Profile games is better than a lot of the other stuff that Tri-Ace does. I don't know
See an
if the
assassin
writers they
used to
have are
seal
just
life's
better at this style of game, or if they hired a different set of writers for it, but definitely a lot better than what they normally do.
Yeah! Let the games begin.
For you, Father.
Is it death you seek?
Yeah!
If death you seek, then death you'll have! Finishing strike! Grand thrust! Your
Suffer my pain! Finishing strike! Grim vengeance! How does it... The battle is won.
Alright, so everybody gained 2 levels by doing that. And now we go through the story. Now we have to worry about doubling the sin that they want us to get. Which hopefully the 2 levels will help with. $280 means I need $560 to have double.
To battle!
Oh, don't make this difficult. Dead in my sight!
Hope this doesn't hit friendlies.
Too many horrors have I seen to look away now. Firestorm!
I have you!
The battle is won.
25 sin off of that. She is hanging on with a tiniest bit of health.
Rigid damper.
That's the same that it could go before. I think I need to start this over. Moving forward was not the best thing. I didn't even see this guy there at the beginning. I should have gone after him first. Wait, do I not have to move them in the order it gives me? Oh, that changes things so much. I thought I had to move my characters in the order it was giving them to me. I can actually switch off to different ones. That definitely changes things. I didn't want to load the quick save. I wanted to load the save that I made. I already bought the silver cloak, so this is after I already went to 10. Alright, let's try this again.
Discipline is the key. Ha! Yeah!
Huh!
Ah! Ah!
Ha!
Let's get this over with.
Firestorm!
If death... Finishing strike! Grand thrust! You're sub...
Suffer my pain! Finishing strike!
This is where you get to go back to old Valkyrie Profile 1 with the stop, he's already dead.
Grim vengeance! How does it feel? Ah! The battle is won.
That's 100 sin off the first guy.
Ha!
Let the games begin. Dead in my sight. What did you expect?
Got nothing for him. There's still plenty of enemies though.
To see an assassin is to see your light. Firestorm!
world!
Let the games begin. Yeah!
For you, Father.
Oh, he definitely took the bait.
Poison
Oh, don't make this difficult.
Be no more!
Yeah!
Finishing strike! Grand thrust! You're
Suffer my pain! Finishing strike! Grim vengeance! How does it feel? The battle is won.
I never miss.
Is it death you seek?
Firestorm!
Finishing strike! Grand thrust! You're
Finishing... Grim
demand vengeance!
How does it feel?
How could...
For you, Father.
I'm at 343 out of the 560 that I need. So I just need to completely overkill 2 of these guys and then slightly overkill another one.
Is it death you seek? Be no more!
Yeah!
Is this all
Fuck that
there
one up.
is?
A lot of them missed their first attack because I hit them too soon
you,
when they were popped up by the
Father.
fucking spell. Fuck, I don't even know if I can get double sin now. I think there's only 2 enemies left. Yeah, there's only 2 enemies left, so the most I'll be able to get is 543. I won't be able to get double. Oh, that sucked. I fucked that up too hard. God damn it.
heal.
Let the games begin. Yeah! Ha!
And no point in going for it now. I wouldn't be able to
War
reach
will
double
empty
anyway.
the souls of men.
But I did easily get the limit that I needed. I lay down my arms and surrender. Please, I beg you, spare my life. Stop that, will you? It's terribly annoying, not to mention pathetic. You do realize this is war. One your age should know that people die in war. You should have given it more thought before you stepped out into the battlefield. Well, that quieted him. On to the next we go. What sort of mercenaries are they? Enough of that, the two of you. It's a battle, not a bloody massacre. All right, what's the difference again? Can't be serious. Since when is it wrong to kill enemies? These men once fed this land as loyal serfs. They should be forgiven when they surrender, not slaughtered like livestock. Typical hypocrisy. I say accept responsibility and suffer the consequences. No one's ever granted me a shred of mercy. The world is full of hypocrites. Are you saying that makes it all right? No, I was agreeing. Have it your way, I'll kill them all myself. Don't be angry. Please, let me kill some too. Cease this foolishness and do as you're told. God's sakes, are you mercenaries or murderers? Makes no difference to us. God's help us. Something on your mind? So the two of you killed purely for fun? Of course. Why else would we be here? Do you not enjoy it? Not in the slightest. That doesn't make any sense, does it? Why would someone who doesn't like bloodshed become a mercenary? This trade is a means, not an end. I fight for a higher cause. Ooh, that sounds exciting. Very exciting. What cause is that? You wouldn't understand. Quit wasting your breath on these children, lad. There's work to be done. Aye. Where do you think you're going? You talk about your higher cause, then leave without telling us. I smell a hypocrite. Hypocrisy is promising to fight as a mercenary and then not following orders. Fair enough. We'll agree to listen to what the captain says. And in return, you'll tell us what we want to hear. Don't look at me, lad. Nothing like camaraderie to liven up a battle, eh, sis? Looks like we came to the right place. 1 point away from being able to put both on. I have a task to ask of you, lad. It involves babysitting those twins. You can forget it. Rebels have capitulated. You have to take their leader into custody and put an end to the hostilities. Me? Those were the orders from above, and I can hardly trust bloodthirsty brats to honor a peaceful surrender. Why do you not go yourself? I've nothing more to do with this battle. Curious as to why? It matters not. So be it. Take it you intend to battle on. As I told those two, I do not fight for glory or riches or the thrill of victory. I fight for a higher cause. And it would be foolish of me to ask. The cause is of no concern of yours. I suspected as much. I'll be seeing you then. We shall see. I get the feeling we're about to fight those two psychopaths. Master Rilford, why did you not ask his reasons for deserting? Noble words do not change what he is. A killer with a cause or a conscience is a killer all the same. So he fought only to satisfy a hunger, living only to destroy and be destroyed. A mercenary is a man of no worth. Don't be silly. Mercenaries fend for those who cannot fend for themselves. What are you two doing here? Worry about it later. In the meantime, we've got company. So I essentially have to take one of the psychopaths with me. $340 sin.
Guard reinforced.
No, this can't be!
The battle is won.
Didn't get very much sin off of that. I wonder why it had me attack him instead of the other one. That was the one that instigated the fight. Hey Zuki, how you doing today? Who are you playing? Grime. Not sure I know that one. What's Grime? Oh, okay.
What shall I do with this one?
Firestorm!
Why don't you go away? Special attack! Heartless Blade! And dope!
Suffer my pain! Finishing strike!
Grim vengeance!
How does it feel?
Is this all there is?
For you, Father.
It's 100 out of the... what? 123 out of the 340 that we need. Yeah, this one, like, this is kind of the one that most people probably don't know about, but it's actually, so far, it's really good. This is only my first day playing it. Like, the story and the combat system and everything else are very much reminding me of the first game. Yeah, I haven't heard great things about the spin-off. I'm waiting till it's, like, pretty cheap to pick it up.
No! Poison potion!
Oh, okay, so I can choose not to attack back. Good, that means I don't have to accidentally kill them and waste a bunch of sin that I could have got.
What shall I do with this one?
Firestorm!
Ha!
suffer my pain. Finishing. Grim vengeance! How does it feel? The battle is won.
Oh, damn it, I didn't mean to...
To battle!
Firestorm! Poison blow!
Too many horrors have I seen to look away now.
Firestorm!
Yeah! Yeah!
Heal! Poison blow!
Poison blow!
Man, there's too many mages on the enemy team.
Poison blow!
It cannot end like this.
Yeah! So many to kill, so little time.
Firestorm!
Heartless Blade! And don't cup...
Finishing. Grim vengeance! How does it... The battle is won. in my father's name.
Firestorm!
Why don't you go away? Heartless Flame! And don't...
Finishing. Grim Vengeance!
How does it feel?
Damn, even all that wasn't enough to fully overkill him.
For you, Father.
To see an assassin is to see your life's end.
Firestorm! Poison blow! Poison blow! Poison blow!
Fuck, I just realized this is another one where I'm not going to be able to get double the sin limit. There's only 2 enemies, which means I can only get 200. I can only get up to 592 when I need 680. That first enemy in this place that I accidentally killed on a counterattack because I didn't know you could cancel them has basically cost me the whole cost me the double. These are the only 2 left, right? Yeah, I can't get double sin bonus again. It's 2 in a row. Kinda tempted to restart the map and see if I can try again. Okay, so double is 680. How many enemies are there? How much can I even afford to mess up? 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Fuck, I can only miss 20 points. Like, I have to basically fully overkill every single enemy. I think I may start save stating in between turns, because there's like no room for error in this fight to get the good rewards. Alright, so don't counterattack, because this is where I messed up last time. I counterattacked and it killed the guy and I got nothing for him. Yeah, I'm gonna start save stating between rounds.
What shall I do with this one? Yeah! Heartless Blade! And don't...
Finishing strike! Grim vengeance! How does it...
I definitely am starting to think that the gems that give you more attacks are from hitting them from behind.
The battle is won.
Guard reinforce. reinforce.
What shall I do with this one?
Right where I want you.
Ha! Ha! Heartless Blade! And don't...
Finishing. Grim Vengeance!
How does it... The battle is won.
You may have played it on a different path. There's every chapter has 3 variations. For this chapter, you get to choose which one you go to. And for the for chapter 3 and on, which one you go to depends on how many times you've used the plume. And as far as I know, every path has different characters on it.
Let's get this over with.
Firestorm!
Ha!
Poison blow.
Well, I assume Wabon's saying that, you know, from when he played it.
Right where I want you.
Poison blow.
Yeah!
Poison blow.
So last time, I was chopping through them fairly easily, but I missed out on getting, you know, 100% sin on all the kills, which I need 100% sin on all the kills to get the better rewards. But it looks like waiting that extra time to set up is now getting everybody killed.
Poison blow. Lightning bolt.
It cannot end like this.
not strain yourself, Sharifa. Firestorm!
Heartless Blade! And don't...
Finishing. Grim Vengeance! How does it feel? No! For you, Father.
Poison!
Fuck, man, it's just they're all mages.
Poison blow! Poison blow! Poison blow!
It cannot end like this.
Yeah!
To see an assassin is to see your life's end.
Firestorm!
Ha! Ha! Yeah! Heartless Blade! And don't...
Finishing. Grim Vengeance! How does it... The battle is won.
Poison blow!
You would think he'd be more resistant to magic since he's a mage, but he seems to take just as much damage as everybody else.
Poison!
Yep.
Poison!
That's what they've been doing this whole time. That's why they keep murdering all my guys every turn. Unfortunately, I don't think I have enough Union Plumes to win this battle of attrition. I'm about to use another 3 right now, which means I'll only have 1 left.
Yeah.
To see an assassin is to see your life's end.
Be no more!
Heartless blade! And don't!
Finishing. Grim vengeance!
How does... The battle is won.
Oh, that might be the difference. I think when they level up, they heal fully. Yes.
Rigid Damsel.
Poison flow!
The fact that they leveled saved this this attempt. Saved here. Oh, fuck, I don't have enough.
Yeah.
Heal.
I don't know that I don't know that we'll be able to get 100% overkill on her. She's got a lot of HP. Well, they have 1200. So let's go for this one first. And maybe see about weakening her on the next turns before we attack.
In my father's name.
Firestorm!
Why don't you go away?
Oh, did I fuck up?
Special attack! Heartless Blade! And Duke!
Finishing strike! Grim Vengeance!
How does it?
Ha!
So this is the end.
For you, Father. Lightning bolt!
Oh, is that a status effect? God damn it.
Yeah! So many to kill, so little time.
Be no more!
Yeah! Ha!
Just need 80% of her overkill.
In my father's name.
Firestorm!
Yeah! Heartless Blade! And Duke!
Finishing! Demand vengeance!
How does
Oh,
it
that
feel?
look- I don't know if that's enough. Need 80 sin points off this.
For you, Father.
Fuck! Still gonna do. Still gonna do the attack that I did here because that weakened her.
So many to kill, so little time.
Be no more!
Lightning bolt!
Let the games begin. Yeah!
Okay, that's a no-go then.
Heal.
Let's get this over with.
Firestorm.
Lightning bolt!
Alright, now we should be good to be able to kill her.
So many to kill, so little time.
Firestorm.
Heartless Blade! And dope!
Yeah, that's
Finishing! Grim vengeance!
Well, this game may not
How
have
does it
rewind
feel?
like earlier games, but save states work almost as well.
The battle is won.
Man, that's still fucked up that you've only got like a 20% overkill on one character wiggle room to get double. But I think they also expect you to use the Plume on someone here, which the Plume is also supposed to increase sin. I don't know how much. Wonderful, sir. You've been great delight to Mistress Hell. I pray thee savour the fruits of thy labour. Yeah. If I'm gonna go for first run, you know, no sacrifices, I'm definitely gonna have to abuse the save state. Stand down, men. Talia, we will not let them take you. We'll fight until the last. The last has come. I take it you represent the Artolian Council. I do. I apologize for making you come all this way. My name is Natalia. I command these rebels. You are the leader. Yes, and as agreed, I hereby declare our surrender. Is that it? The battle is simply over. Aye, we return to camp. That wasn't any fun at all. I take it they are your kin? Hardly. You seem troubled. I knew it would someday come to this if I survived. Let us go. As you wish. Alright. Let's see what getting double sin got us. And Way of Evanescence tactic. Deters all enemies within 3 spaces from attacking unit. "72 attack, special attack, backsword suited equally to stabbing as to striking, leaves embers in its wake." Wow. So he's going from a 20 attack weapon to a 70 attack weapon. $188 to $283. And it has a special attack. Man, that was a pain in the ass to get double sin, but man, if the rewards aren't worth it. He now has a magic of 339, and he gets a special attack. Fuck. Yeah, totally worth it. But that's gonna be where we end for today. Because I remember I was reading, like trying to see if it was possible to, you know, to get the best ending in one playthrough, and they were basically saying you have to get double sin on, you know, as much as possible. And now I see why. The weapons they give you for it are insane. At least at least that's crazy compared to what's available now. Although I am going to have to buy a shit ton of Union Plumes. Because that was the only reason I was able to survive that, was just through attrition with all the Union Plumes. I'll have to remember that. But that's going to be where we end for today. But yeah, my mage is cracked out, and the main character is kind of cracked out now from doing that. Also, I think my camera's a little... But yeah, I'm definitely liking the game so far. Like I said, the granted, you do have unlike, you know, in Valkyrie Profile, all you had to do was just start a battle, and you were all set up to do your combos. In this one, it does have the extra step of having to tactically position everybody so they can take part, and you can have everybody in your battles to do the finishers and everything, which is a little different. They kind of added that extra step also in Valkyrie Profile 2, in that you had that kind of real-time, like, trying to skirt around to behind enemies before you start the battle. This one is just, it's more of a standard tactics game until you actually start the fight and you have everybody set up. But yeah, it's kind of almost like the unions from Yggdra Union, except, you know, you actually have the timing aspect of doing the combos like Valkyrie Profile. I'm just saying, like, I really like it, and the sprites and everything that they're using, the battle is very much reminding me of Valkyrie Profile, just that you have the extra step of having to set up tactically. And then the story is too. Like, so far, the story has been, you know, very grim, the same way Valkyrie Profile 1 was. So far, I'm digging it. We are going to be trying as best as we can to get the best ending in one playthrough. Hey, the microphone doesn't love you, Josie. But yeah, I mean, damn Valkyrie ruined Scotland. Yeah. Which is kind of weird that they all have Scottish accents, considering Valkyrie is, you know, Norse mythology. Slightly different area. But yeah, I'm digging it. And as Wabon was kind of pointing out, it is kind of set up for at least 3 playthroughs. I don't think I'm going to do more than 1 playthrough. I'm just going to get the best ending, but like I said, Chapter 1 is always the same. Chapter 2, you have your choice of 3 places to go. And then from Chapter 3 on, which path you're on is dependent upon how many times you've used the plume, not counting the story one where Ansel dies. But apparently you get different characters each time. Like, even that choice for Chapter 2, where you get to choose where to go, results in you getting different characters in your group. And then also same, the paths that you're on for the different amounts of plume usage. So, you technically could play this game 3 times and go through completely different story path each time, as far as I know. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying, man. Tri-Ace, like, I feel like Valkyrie Profile is Tri-Ace's best. It's like their best franchise. Star Ocean, they did good with Star Ocean 1. They did really good with Star Ocean 2. As far as I've heard, I still haven't played 2. For some odd reason, I've only played the odd-numbered Star Oceans, which is 1, 3, and 5. 3 I really liked. I mean, 5 isn't as bad as everybody says it is, but it's not great. I still haven't played 2, but everybody says that one's the best in the series by far. 4 I attempted to play, but good God is the story bad, and that's why I stopped playing it. And 6 just came out, so I haven't played that, can't give an opinion. But it's like, those are their 2 main running series. Like, they've had other games where they've tried stuff out, but Star Ocean has been hit or miss, and from what I've heard, mostly miss the longer the series has gone on. But there's not, like, Valkyrie Profile 1 is a classic. Valkyrie Profile 2, some people were a little mad at, but I liked Valkyrie Profile 2. It was really good. The battle system was really fun. I mean, it wasn't as dark as the first game. Yeah, a lot of people didn't like the focus on the focus on the main characters. How it focused a lot on the main characters, and also the fact that there was no stories from the Einherjar. Like in Valkyrie Profile 1, a lot of the like depressing stories is, Valkyrie meeting like all the different Einherjar, and you get to see their backstory of how they died before you take them in, and a lot of people were sad that that was no longer the case in 2. It was just a linear story based upon the main characters. Whereas Valkyrie Profile 1 was more like a series of stories of all the people that she was taking up to Valhalla up until like the last 20% of the game, when Ragnarok is happening, and that's when it started becoming more about Lenneth. But yeah, there was definitely some divisiveness when Valkyrie Profile 2 came out. And honestly, I hadn't heard too much about Covenant of the Plume. I'm willing to bet most people never gave it a shot because it was a tactics game. But I mean, it seems really good so far. I'm really enjoying it. And it definitely seems like it's back to form of VP1 in tone. Yeah, it's a really good game. It's just like I said, I'm just basically saying just like until they handed it off to someone else, the Valkyrie Profile series, even though it's much smaller, was, I guess, way better regarded. And they've kind of slept on it for a long time, chasing Star Ocean. I don't know, maybe that's my hot take. I just think Tri-Ace probably should have put a little more effort into continuing Valkyrie Profile. Anyway, we've got this one. And it's looking really good, so we're going to continue playing and enjoying this. Yeah, but Square Enix has a shitty mobile game for, like, practically every franchise they have. Like, that was kind of a given. Like, any franchise they could possibly milk in the slightest, they put out a mobile game for. But, what day is it? I'm losing track of time again. Okay. So yeah, no stream tomorrow. Tomorrow's my one day off from streaming. When we come back on Monday morning, we're going to be probably finishing The Vagrant. Pretty sure that one's almost done. And then on Tuesday and beyond, we'll be back to this. So, I guess let me go ahead and give callouts, and then I'll end for today. So, Nami, Ragna, Wabon, Zuki, Orenji, Haideru, Kaz, Fornicator. Thank you very much for coming in and chatting with me while I play. Thank you, Fornicator, for the follow, and Zuki Wookie for the raid. Of course, thank you to anybody else who may have been lurking and watching. It's always appreciated. As I said, no stream tomorrow. Monday morning we'll be finishing The Vagrant, and then Tuesday and for the rest of the week we'll be back to this. So as for right now, let me see if I can find someone. He's usually done by the time before I'm finished streaming, but for some reason he's still going. Actually, wait, he might be getting close to the end. That might be why he's still going. I was gonna say let's go to level 1 alt and take a look at, because he's playing Fantasian, get a look at it. Now that I think about it, if he's going later than usual, he may be finishing the game. So instead, let's go raid Hollowitz, who is playing Elden Ring. As per usual, let's go ahead and jump in, say hi, hope to see you all next time, and until then.
Bye-bye, everybody!